Coming in hot. Coming in hot.
Hello everyone, welcome to today's tutorial. We have been asked to produce the detailed drawing of this bench vise. As you can all see, it has 12 parts. So let's start. Alright, so we are starting with the first part. Yeah, this part. So let's see. We have this circle having a radius of 20. This smaller circle having a radius of 3. And this. Alright, so let's start drawing. So you are going to begin by first drawing this circle having a radius of 20. So let's start. Alright, so I'm going to measure radius of 20. That's 20. I'm going to draw at this upper part. Right. Now we have the distance from this point to this point to be 17. Alright, so we're going to draw a line through the center. Right. Then we're going to measure 10 this way, 10 this way. So 10 this way, 10 this way. Then we draw a vertical line, but then a short dashes. Same thing to here. So where it intersects, then we draw this bar. So meaning this side becomes unwanted. Alright. We have this. So next what we have to do is to locate this radius of 3. And from here they are saying the distance is 12. So we are going to measure 12 from the center point. 12. So this is 12. And that's where the 3 radius is going to be. That's going to be a bit difficult. Right. So we have that one. Alright, so next we are going to measure 3 millimeters from this side. That's 3. Then we will join into short dashes. This one. Right. Now we are moving on to this view. This view, same thing. We are going to draw another circle of radius 20. let's extend this line a bit. Then we draw second one. Next, you just follow this and cut across here. Then project this one downwards. Same thing to here. Then short dashes too for the center line. Next one is this one. You can just project it. I think it's too faint. Then you pick the midpoint. So this is the midpoint. So we just join. We're going to clean this top part too. Next, we need to project the circles for this side, for these two sides. So, we project it. But there are short dashes here. So we are done with this one. Next one is this one. So same thing. Let's project this one down. Then we draw another circle of radius 20. It's already about 20. They project these lines down. But before we do that, there's this inner circle here that corresponds to this radius here of 10. So mean the diameter is 20. So let's measure 10. Alright, so that's our 10. They project this circle to downwards. Right. Here are short dashes, so let's do that quickly. I think we can clean the excess. Alright, so we are done with the first part for this one. Let's move on to the next part. Alright, so we're moving on to the next part. It's this one. It's 30 by 1 times 45. This is going to give us a very tiny drawing, so let's use a scale factor of 2 for just this one. Right, so this 30 here becomes 60, this 5 here becomes 10, and this 1 here becomes 2 times 45. Right, so let's start. So I'm going to draw my horizontal line first, and I'll draw a vertical line. Then I'm going to measure this distance, which I'm given to us as 10. So that's 1 millimeter, 1 centimeter, sorry. That's it. Then I'll draw the line. Now the length of this is given to us as 60. So I'm going to measure 60. Now draw a vertical line there too. Alright. Now I am given 2 times 45 degrees. So, and the 30 or the 60 is from each tip to the other tip. So I'm going to measure 2 millimeters from each side. 2 millimeters from each side. Then lastly, this one. Next, you take a 45 degrees square and just draw a line through it. It's going to be very tiny. Same thing to here. Yes, and finally this part. Next, I'll draw vertical lines through same thing to here. Then let me, so that's it. So I'm going to deepen this one a bit. This one too. That's it. Now it has a ring attached. And that's the outer one has a diameter of 10. The inner one has a diameter of 8. So let's see. I'm going to draw 2 circles. First one with a diameter of 10, meaning a radius of 5. I'm going to draw it here. So that's for the first circle. The second one with a diameter of 8. Wow. So a radius of 4. That's going to be a bit difficult, but let's see. So that's 4. Alright. So that's all for this part. So let's move on. Alright, we are moving on to the next component, which is this part. Now, this has a total distance of 143 and a height of 40. The angle here is 108. So let's start drawing this one. So I'm going to begin by first drawing a horizontal line. Right. Then we draw a vertical line too. Then we measure out 40. Right. They measure out 143. So another horizontal line. Alright, so let's measure out this 143. So that'll be 14.3. It's too large. We have to clean. Let's see. The 143 is quite long. So let's measure it here. So 14.3. That's somewhere around here. Need to draw vertical line. Then horizontal line. Alright, so next, I've been given the angle here to be 108. But we all know angles in a straight line sum up to 180. So if here is 108, here will be 72. And alternating angles are equal. So meaning here is also 72. So you can place a protractor here at this point and measure out 72. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Then 72 is here. Now draw a line to that point. But then I'll end here. So we have this angle here to be 108. Next, you know this bar here, and the distance from this point to this point is 83. So let's measure the 83. That's 83. The diameter is 15, so 7.5 for the radius. So 7.5, 15. The height is also given to us as 35. So let's draw that one. We first draw this as short dashes. Same thing to here. Is a hole, so there's a center line here. Then short dashes. Now let's measure the 35. 35 ends here. So short dashes too. Right. Next, this inner one has a diameter of 10. So 5 on each side. So 5 on each side. So 5, 5. And it's also short dashes. So you are done with this view. Let's move on to this view. So let's project this line just here. Sorry, you're moving on. You have this one. Now this is 40, this side is 15, 25 times 2. So let's draw the one quickly. So I'll draw a vertical line here. Then I'll measure out 50. And I'll mark the midpoint too. Now draw a vertical line. And I'll draw the center lines too. This has a diameter of 15, so radius of 7.5. So I'm going to measure that 7.5. And it ends with this 10 meters diameter. So I'll project this line from here. Right. Then I'll just draw short dashes to it. Same thing to here. Next, I'll measure 10 millimeters, but then the radius is 5, so I'll measure 5 on each side. Then I'll draw the short dashes upwards. I'm going to deepen this one out. Deepen this one too. Then the short dashes here too. Right. So you are done with this part too. Let's left to this one. We are going to project these parts down, so you can easily get that part too. So I'll project this part down, project this part too down, project this part down, project this part too down, project this one too down. Project this one too down. Then finally this part. Right. Now this has a distance of 25 from this side to the center, so meaning the full distance is 50. I'm going to measure out 50. But before I do that, I'll first draw a horizontal line. Then I'll measure out 50. So that's 50. Now I'll draw another line. Next, I'll measure 25 from this side. I can draw a line through. Now bring this center line I drew earlier on down. So short, long, short, long, short. So this becomes the center point. Now it's the same diameter you have down here. So this has a diameter of 15, meaning a radius of 7.5. So let's open 7.5. And then a short dashes. Oh, the compass is messing up. Let me just clean it and do it all over again. I think this is better. Right. Then we have the inner one to having a diameter of 10, so a radius of 5. That will be very difficult, but let's see. Down 2 short dashes. I think a bit better. Right, so what we have to do is to just take in this part to this part, this part, finally this part. So that's all for this part. So let's move on to the next part. So let's move on. Next part I come to draw is this one. This is just a simple cylinder having a thickness of 10, and these are the diameters, so you can just fit in right here. So let's see. I'm first going to draw a horizontal line, then I measure out 10 millimeters. Then I'll draw a vertical line. Now the outer one has a diameter of 25, so meaning this distance is 25. So I'm going to measure out 25. That's 25. So you have it. Now the inner one has a diameter of 20, so meaning the radius is 10. And before we do that, you need to first get the center point. So the half of 25 is 12.5. So you are going to look for 12.5. Around there. So that'll be our center line. Next, measure 10 from both sides for the diameter of 20. The radius will be 10. Next, we draw short dashes. Now what is left is the rings. So we just locate the center line. So the inner one has a diameter of 20, so meaning a radius of 10. I'm going to open to 10, step on the center line and draw. The second one has a diameter of 25, meaning radius of 12.5. I'm going to open 12.5. I'm going to draw that one too. Right. So we just clean this excess line we drew, this excess one, this part, and I'll just deepen it a bit. Deepen this a bit. This side, this side, this side. Alright, so that's it for this part. Let's move on to the next part. Alright, so we're moving on. This is the next component you are coming to draw. Now we have 15 here, 15 here, m10 times 1.5 dash 16, 15 here. Now this is going to be very small, so I'll also use a scale factor of 2 for this. So 15 here becomes 30, 30, m20, then 30 over here. So let's start. So I'll first begin by drawing the circle here. So diameter of 30 means a radius of 15. Let's measure 15. Stand here. Right. Next one is this one, having a radius of 20. Sorry, a diameter of 20, so meaning a radius of 10. So I'm going to draw that one too. Right. Next, I'll project these upwards with 10 lines. Right, next I'll draw a horizontal line here. Now let's come here. This goes up a distance of 30. So let's measure that one. That's the 30. And it ends over here. The next one goes up distance of 30 again. Measure 30. That's it. Alright, so let's clean this one. So I'm going to take in it. Alright, so this is the final thing we have. So let's move on to the next part. Alright, so next you're moving on to this part. So now this is the front elevation. This is the plan. Right, and this is the left end elevation. So now let's begin. I'm going to start with the front elevation. So we are going to draw a vertical line, sorry, a horizontal line first. Right, yeah, distance given here is 130. Measure 130. Distance here is 40. Going to measure that one too. So measure 40 along this side. So that's now 40. Then there's this line here, distance of 80. I'm going to draw another line. I'm going to measure 80. So 80 is here. Right. Right, so let's move on. We have this angle here to be 108. But before we do anything, let's do this simple calculation. We have this line here. We have another line here. We have this going through. And we have this point to be 108. Meaning here will also be 108. Here will be 72. Here will also be 72. So bringing this to this side will be 72. I'm going to measure that with a protractor. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 72. That's 72. So I'll just draw a line. Before I do that, I'll extend this. Now draw a line to it. And we have that part. Alright, so let's move on. Now at this 8 which I've marked there, it goes up a distance. But there we know the distance to be 37 and the full thing to be 140. So that distance will be 140 minus 37. That's 103. So this distance is 103. I'm going to draw a vertical line. Distance of 103. I'm going to measure 103. Alright, so that's 103. Then I'll draw a horizontal line through it. Right. Next, let's move on. We have this radius given to us as 60, but I know the whole thing to be 80, so meaning from this point to this point is 20, then the 60 follows. So coming to our drawing, I'm first going to measure 20, then we'll draw a vertical line 60, a draw horizontal line 60. So vertical line 60 to aid us, but mind you, it's long and short dashes. So let's do that one. I'm going to measure 60 on it. Alright, so 60 is here. That's 60. Now do another short dashes and long dashes. Next, I'll pick my. Before I do that, let me first join this line to it. And extend this one. Next, I'll pick my compass and measure out a radius of 60. That's it. Next, I'm going to stand here and join it. Alright, so moving on. Now we have this 15 here. Before you draw this 15, there is this radius of 2 here we didn't draw. So let's do that. So I'm going to measure 2 millimeters from each side. Then we join with our freehand. Alright, let's proceed. The other views you have here, as in this part, we are going to get them from here. So let's proceed and draw this one. Now this distance is given to us as 31 plus 31 plus 19, and that's 81. So I'm going to measure 81. So let me mark here. We will draw vertical lines up to this point. So meaning these two we measured, we need to project it. I see you have projected that one. You're going to draw a vertical line up to that point. Another one. Next, we measure 31 here, 31 here. We'll continue. So I'll project this one to . Now measure 31 from this point. 31 to from this point. Then I'll draw a line, a vertical line. I'm going to deepen what we have so we can get what we are actually drawing. So we have this, we have this, then we have this. We have this. We have this. Alright, so this is the shape you have realized so far. Now it has given to us that from this point to this point, the midpoint, distance of 60, right? But I want to find the midpoint. Midpoint is the midpoint of 19, and that will be 19 divided by 2, and that's 9.5. So I'm going to measure 9.5 here. That's 9.5. Then we project it upwards with a thin line. Next, we measure 60 to get the exact point. Alright, so that's our center point. Now for the circles inside, we have the first one having a diameter of 30 and the second one having a diameter of 25. So let's draw that one. So diameter of 30 means a radius of 15. Alright, so let's draw. But they are all short dashes. I think it's too faint. Alright, so let's move on to the next one. The next one has a diameter of 25, so meaning radius of 12.5. I'm going to measure 12.5. I'm going to draw short dashes again. Alright, next we have this bigger one having a diameter of 40. So in a radius of 20. So I'm going to measure 20. And it's also short dashes up to a point. Let's end it there. Now there are these inner circles, a distance of 20 from this side, distance of 50 from this side. So let's measure 50 here. So here is 50. Then I measure 20 from this side too. I'll first draw a thin line through. Then measure 20 from this side. And it's at this point. $22 from this side. To the point. Now here's a diameter of 10. So in a radius of 5. Going to draw. That one to here. Right. Next, you are going to project these lines to this plane to get these surfaces. So let's start. So we'll first project this point. Next, you project this one. And finally, you project this one. They'll do the same thing to further down. So now this projection is going to aid us to get this and this. We have it, so let's complete it. So you complete the line to that point. Then you have this part. Right, so now we have this one over here. Now the next one is this one. Right, let's proceed. Now this one ends where it coincides with this. So this is what you have here. So it short dashes up to this point. So I'm going to draw from here, short dashes to this point. Then short dashes to this point. And short dashes here too. Now the next one goes a distance here, but then this distance wasn't given. So let's just assume our own. So let's say it ends somewhere around here. And so this one too. deepen it out a bit. Right, so this is what we have. Let me deepen this one too. This part. Right, so what's left? Left with this one. And then I'm giving that as a distance of 15 from this side. 15 from this side. But you know, this hole here corresponds to the same hole here. And it corresponds to this hole here to having a diameter of 50. Diameter of 50. So from this point, I'm going to measure 5.5 from this side. So let's first get a midpoint. The whole distance is 90. The midpoint is 9.5. So I'm going to measure 9.5. Right. Then I'll measure 5 on both sides. 5. Then 15. So 15 short notches. We have that one here. And the same thing too is also here. And the same thing too here. But for this one, I'm giving the distance to be 70. I'm going to measure 70. So that's 70. Then 5 on each side. Then 15. Now for this one, this part, you can just project this one over here. You can project this part here and project this one too. Then you're going to measure 15. So 15 is here. So it ends the second line. So project and this 17 to here. So we are done with these two views. So now what is left is these other two views here. So let's start with that one too. So let's move on and draw this part. Now this distance corresponds with this 130 here. This distance corresponds with this distance here, which corresponds with this here. So this is 80, 80, here's also 80, and here's 130. So let's start. This is better. So I'm going to begin alright, this one is better. So let's start. So I begin by first drawing a horizontal line. Now this thickness here corresponds with this distance over here. So this is 19. So I'm going to draw a vertical line here. Now 19 divided by 2 is 9.5. I'm going to measure 19 here, but 9.5. So that's it. Then I'll project it. Right. Now the total distance is 130. I'm going to measure 130. That's 130. Now draw a vertical line over there. Then I measure 40 from both sides, since the total distance is 80. So 40 here. Now draw horizontal line. I measure a distance of 82 here. Alright, so next I'm going to deepen what we have so far. So we have this line here. We have another one too here. We have this here. Then we have this. This. Alright, so this is what you have so far. Now these are at a distance of 40 and a radius or a diameter of 10. So we are going to measure 20 from each side. So 20 here, 20 there. We will draw a thin line through. Next, you measure, since it was given to us as M10, diameter is 10, so the radius will be 5. So you measure 5 on both sides. 5, 5, 5, and 5. They will draw thin lines to there. Next, the height here is given to us as 15. So I'm going to measure 15. So that's 15. I can use my set square to also get the 15 below here. So this, next I'll just complete this part. So we have this part drawn over here. Alright, so let's move on. Now we have these two parts. Now these two parts correspond to this 30 and 25 here. Right. I'm going to measure half of 30 here. Half of 30 is 15. Let's measure 15 on both sides. Now draw a thin line through. Next, we are going to draw the next one, which is 25, and half of that is 12.5. So I'm also going to measure. Let me deepen this one out. I'm also going to measure 12.5. Then I also draw a thin line through. Right. Next, from our previous drawing, this is a previous drawing. Now we could have projected this downwards to get this part, but then since there was no space, you have to draw on a new sheet. So now we're going to measure from this point to this point. We'll get that distance, then you come over here. Now drawing this place, then you measure, we will mark. So now let's measure. So for my sheet, I have it to be 16. I have it to be 16. I'm going to measure 16 here. And I'll mark. Next, we need to know how far this is going to go. And how far it goes counts from this point. So you also measure this one. I had mine to be 11.5. I'm going to measure 11.5 too. Yeah. One 1.5 here. And 9.52. Alright, so we have gotten the location of this, which is, let's see, it's a continuous line. So this is a continuous line. Then we have the next one that follows here. Now for how far it goes to measure it from this side. From this side, let's see, goes a distance of 35. So from this point, from this point, 35. Then there is working dashes. Alright, so next we have located this point here. The same thing to here. So now this is a curve that's trying to show us this part, looking at it from the top. So from here, before we move on, let's take out what we have done so far. So we have this to be short dashes. We have another short dashes to here. Right. Then we have this short dashes to here. But then this goes all the way to this point. So from here to here. From here to this point. Next we have this part 2 to be short dashes. This part 2 to be short dashes. Alright, so we are moving on. Now from here, we know this has a diameter of 40. And it's the same thing we are seeing over here. So meaning that's this part. So meaning this distance is going to be 40, which corresponds with this. So diameter of 40 means radius of 20. So let's measure. We have 20 here, 20 there. Right. Now this curve starts from the 20, goes through this point. This point in our case is this point you have here. So it starts here, goes through this, goes through here, comes here, and comes here. So let's draw with our free hand. Let's see. So I'm done with the first part. Second part. So that's going too much. And let's make it a bit even over here. Now we have this part to over here. Now the last part left is this circle here. Now this circle corresponds with one of the circles over here, and it has a diameter of 10, so mean a radius of 5. But before you can draw that, its position corresponds with this one, so a distance of 20 from this point. That will give us the center point. I'm going to measure 20, so that's 20. Now draw with the radius of 10. Alright, so I have my compass here. Diameter of 10 means a radius of 5, so I'm going to measure 5. I'm going to stand here. Right. So we are done drawing all the parts. So now let's just introduce the cutting plane. Then we draw the other view. So you taking the end, and we have D over here. We have D over here. Sorry, we have D over there. Now let's move on and draw this other part. So the same procedure we use for this. Now let me clean this part. Alright, so let's move on. So we are going to begin my first drawing a horizontal line with a distance of 130. Please measure 130. You have 130 to be here. Next, I'll draw a vertical line. Next, we have already calculated this angle to be 72. So I'm going to draw that one too. Alright, so I found my protractor. I'm going to measure 72. This is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, and 2 is over here. Before I draw that one, I have this distance to be 40. I'm going to measure 40. Then I'll draw a thin line through. Then I'll just now draw this to this point. Next, this distance is 80. I'm going to measure 80. Now draw a vertical line. Now that vertical line is going to be from here. You have 40 here. Sorry, you have 40 here. You have 140 here. So meaning here will be 100. So I'm going to measure 100 along this line. So that's 100. Now draw. Oh, let me bring it down. Yeah, so that's my 100. Now we know it goes a distance of 20 first. I'm going to measure 20. Then it goes a distance of 60 over here. But before it goes that distance, let's see. We have 25 and 5 here. And in order to get the center point here, we have to use this point. So from this point to this point, I'm going to measure 60 to get the center point. So from here to here, I'm going to measure 60. So we have 60 here. Let me just draw a center line through. And the first one is 25, so meaning 12.5 on both sides. The next one is 30, so 15 on both sides. Right, so now let's project it. Now with the same measurement we use for this one, the same thing I'm going to use over here. The distance we measured here was 11.5. So let's project it first, then we measure. I'm going to measure 11.5. I'll just draw a vertical line. Next, you're going to measure from this point to this point. We had it to be 35. So I'm going to measure 35 along this point. Let me do it here. So we have 35 to there. I'm going to draw a vertical line. So now we have, let me take it. We have this point. This point. This point. And this point. Then this line. Now we have this 20 here. So from here to here 20, because the diameter is 40. Let's measure 20. Then I'll mark. Then I'll draw a horizontal line there. Next, what is left now is for us to get this arc. Right, so I'm going to take my compass. I'm going to open to 60. Now from here, we measured here to be 60, here too to be 60, right? So if from this point is also 60, this point is also 60, the whole thing is from here to here is 100, here to here is 60, meaning from here to here is going to be 40. So in our case, let's measure the 40. So here's the 40. Alright, so we know from here to here to be 60, here to here to be 60. So I'll take my compass, open to 60. Okay, I've done that already. Then I'll stand here and inscribe an arc. Next, I'm going to stand at this 20 that I measured and inscribe an arc. Now where the two arcs intersect, I'm going to stand there and draw. And then I'm going to draw up to this point. To draw. Right. So we have the arc now. Then we have this one to going to merge with it. Then we have this. So now what's left is this hole here, the distance of 70. I'm going to measure 70. Now this hole here has a diameter of 10, I mean a radius of 5. So 5, 5, and a height of 15. So I can just that's 15. That's 15. That's it. Alright, so we have our final shape now. Right, so what we need to do is to now section it, and we are done. Alright, so this is the final thing we are getting for this. So what is left will be the dimensioning. Right, so let's move on to the next one. We are moving on to the next part, which is this rectangular plate. So now let's begin. So you have 100 here by 80. So let's draw that. Right, so I'm going to measure the 100 here. Then the 80 over here. Now complete the rectangle. Now the side view has a thickness of 5. I'm going to draw another vertical line. Then I'll measure 5. I'll draw another. Now let's move on to the circles that are in it. The circles has a distance of 50 from this point and 20 from this point. So you can measure 50 and draw a center line through. That's my 50. Now measure 20, 20. That's my 20 for this side. And minus 20 for here. Now it has a diameter of 17. So meaning the radius will be 8.5. So I'm going to measure 8.5 and draw the outer circles. So I've measured 8.5. Then I'm going to project this to this side and this to this side. Now you have been told the smaller one is at an angle of 45 to the bigger one. So from this side 45. I'm going to draw 45. Then another 45. So now the distance between is going to be my diameter for the smaller one. So you can measure just one part. I'm getting 4. So I'm going to open to 4 and draw the inner circle. Alright, so that's it. I'm going to deepen this one. Alright, so let's move on to the next part. Which is this screw right here. Now it has an outer diameter of 17 and an inner diameter of 10. So let's start. So for the outer diameter, the radius will be 17 divided by 2. That's 8.5. Let's measure that. Alright, we have the outer one. Now the inner one has a diameter of 10, so radius of 5, 2.5. Alright, so next I'm going to project this. So this will be the center line. Then we have this going this way, this also going this way, this going this way, finally this going this way. Alright, so let's move on to this part. So we have this corresponding to this. So let's draw a vertical line here. Now it has a distance of 11. I'm going to measure 11. Now draw another vertical line there. Next, this is at an angle of 45. So I'm going to draw that one too. Same thing to right here. Then a vertical line to join them. Alright, so we have been given this 1.5 here. So when the threads have a distance of 1.5 going inside. So mean from here to here 1.5, 1.5, 1.5. But mind you, this dimension line ends here. So for this side, need to add 1.5 rather. So let's see. So 1.5 here, 1.5 here, 1.5 also here. We have the first one over here. Now 1.52 here. That's this point. 1.5. So give us this point. There we have this. We have this. So we're taking this. Alright, now we have taken off 1.5 from this side, so meaning this radius, which was originally 5, we're going to reduce by 1.5. Right, so the diameter was 10. We have taken 1.5 from both sides, that's 3. So now becomes the diameter now becomes 7. So 7 divided by 2 becomes 3.5, or 5 minus 1.5 is still 3.5. So we are going to measure 3.5. Wow. I'm going to draw. Next we just project this one. And that's it for this member. Let's move on to this member. As next, I'm moving on to this member. It has a length of 250 and a diameter of 20. So I'm going to begin by first drawing the circle. It has a diameter of 20, so radius of 10. Let's start somewhere around here. Next, I'm going to project it. Then project the center line too. Right. That's much better. That's better. Next, I'll draw a vertical line over here. The distance has been given to us as 250. I'm going to measure 250. So that's where it ends. Now draw a vertical line. I'll complete it. Right. And done with this now. We have this having a radius of 2.5 at a distance of 5 millimeters. Let's measure 5. There's the 5. And that's the 5. Next, I'm going to measure 2.5. Now draw. Okay. Oh, that's going to be a bit difficult. Listen. Okay, this one came out better. Alright, so we have our 2 circles now. So we need to project them to get these lines. We just project one. Project this one too. And that's it for this one. So let's move on to the next part. So moving on to the next part. I'm going to draw this one. The full distance is 300. So let's start. That should give us the 300. Yeah, that's the 300. Now this one has a diameter of 10. A diameter of 20, sorry. So mean a radius of 10. So let's draw a vertical line. Vertical line here. Another vertical line here. So first one 20. We have 20 here. Going through a distance of 40. We have 40 here. Because of space, let's bring it further up here. The other one can come below it. So we have 20 here. Okay. This is the 40 I measured, and that's the 20. Now this has a diameter of 30 from here, so we need to measure 15, 15. But before I can do that, let's first get the center line for this one, then to become our reference point. We measure 15 on both sides. Right. Now from here, this distance is 15, so I mean this is 30. So let's measure 30 from here. Then we draw a vertical line. Alright, next we have this 10 here. So let's measure that 10 too. So now let me deepen on what we have so far. Okay. This. Alright, so this is the shape we have realized so far. Right. Now this distance is given to us 36, meaning 18 from both sides. So let's measure that one too. 18. Yes. Now let's move on and draw. Sorry. Let's draw this one too. And let's see. So I'm going to draw a center line first. I'm going to measure 10. Next I'm going to measure 30, so 15. Next 36, so 18. This line is a bit good. Now I'm going to deepen it out to right. So this is what you have realized from here. Now you have this circle having a radius of 50 millimeters from this point. So 50 millimeters from this point. We'll just draw a circle having a radius of 10. So this is it. Alright, so I'm going to project this circle to the top face. But at this point, it's short lashes. So So let's do that one quickly. Alright, so let's project this one to the center. I'm going to measure 2 millimeters. Before you measure, I'm coming. Let's extend this line. The same line running through here, same line running through here. Right, so this point goes up, then it comes down. When it goes up, let me do it a bit. The same thing to here. Sorry, I think the camera just went off, but we didn't really go that far. What we are drawing here was just the circles we have here. Now the outer one has a diameter of 36, the inner one has a diameter of 20, and there's another one having a diameter of 30 for this one. So I started with the one for the 36, so I'm moving on to the one for the 30, so a radius of 15. I'm going to measure 15. And draw. The next one has a diameter of 20, so radius of 10. But for the smaller one, there is a line running through the inner one. So let's just draw that one too. Yeah, and that's it. Now let's move on to the next. I hope you are doing everything. Alright, let's move on to the next part. Alright, let's move on to this part. Alright, so this is like the main part. This has a height of 180 and a length of 280. I'll begin by first drawing the height. I'll bring it up here. I'm going to measure 180. I may have to extend this. So that's 180. Let's do, yeah. So I'll draw a horizontal line through this point. Go take this one. Draw this line. Right. From the diagram below, we know the total distance is 388. So I'm going to measure 388 over here. We'll go beyond the camera. So 30 inch there. Then 8. So that's where 388 ends. Then we draw another vertical line. That's a bit better. Then we draw another vertical line through. Extend it. And finally, I'll draw another one from this top point all the way through to get a rectangle. So we have a rectangle now. I may have to move in across to get it. Now let's start. So we have a radius of 50 here, meaning we have to create an arc here. So you're going to pick a ruler. Going to pick a ruler, then you measure 50. Or you can pick a compass and just measure directly. So you're going to measure 50. That's 50. I'm going to stand at the corner here. Inscribe an arc here. And inscribe another arc here. Next, let me see this here. Next, I'll stand here and inscribe an arc. Stand here with the same 50 and inscribe an arc. Where they intersect, I'll stand there and draw the arc. Right. The whole distance has been given to us as 388. Distance from this point to this point is 40. Distance to this point is also 280. So 280 plus 40, that will give us 320. So 320, when we take it from 388, we're going to get 68. So meaning the 68 will be from this point to this point. From this point in our drawing, from this point to this point, 68. That will bring us to this side. I'm going to measure 68. So we have 68. Wow. We have 68 to be here. Next, I'll draw a vertical line through. Then, since it indicates that there are short and long dashes here, I'm going to do the same thing to here. So short and long dashes. Then same thing to here. Alright, next we have drawn this, but we know the distance from the bottom to this side is 135. So you can measure 135 here. Let's see. Sorry, it's 80. Sorry, it's 80. I'm going to measure 80 here. Then I'll draw a line through this point. Alright, let's move on. From the look of things, I'll have to first draw one part, this part, then with time I move on to the other part. So I'm going to finish up with everything here before I move on to this side. Right, now I realize there are some short dashes here. Now these short dashes correspond with the height of this. If you are to project it, it corresponds with it, and that height is 60 plus 28, so that's 48. Sorry, that's 88. So you're going to measure 88 to, and you draw the short dashes. So 88. So we're going to measure 88. So 88 is around there. So that's where the first set of short dashes is going to be. I'm going to draw that one. Then for the next one is going to correspond with this height, which is given to us as 60. I'm going to measure 60. 60 is here. I'm going to measure 60 over here. Then I'll draw the short dashes too. I have that one too. Next, you have this shape over here. Now this shape over here corresponds with the hole over here, right? And there's a distance of 130 from the bottom. So coming here, I'm going to measure 130 from the bottom here. So this way ends. So 130. So 130 is this point and this point. Now we know the holes we drew for this one is the same holes we are having over here in here. Now it was having M10, meaning a diameter of 10. So I'm going to project this and I measure 5 on both sides. Five on both sides. And for the height, was given to us as 15 from this side. So I'll draw horizontal lines. Then I'll measure out the 15. Then I'll draw a vertical line here. Alright, I'm going to take in what we have done so far, so we know what's left. So we have this line over here. Then we have this line to over here. Then you have this two. Then we have these short dashes for this. Then we have this one too. We have this one. Then we have the arc. Let me take in that one too. Alright, so that's what we have so far. I'm going to take in this one too. Then I'll take in this one too. Then I'll take in this. Right, so let's move on. Now for the down part, we have this 10 by 80 slot over here on both sides. I'm going to draw for this one since we are focusing on this side for now. So 10 by 80. So I'm going to measure out 10. That's my 10. And I measure out 80. That's my 80. Now I'll draw vertical line. I'll draw horizontal line too. I'm going to take in that one too. Alright, so we have this to be our slot for this side. I think basically we are done with this first part. Now let's move on to this other part. The camera can contain the whole drawing, so I would have to do it in batches. So now moving on to this other end. That's okay. So okay, let's start with the top, then move to the bottom. Now starting with the top, there's this height of 40 over here. Right, so I'm going to measure 40. Now draw a vertical line to intersect this line we drew here, which is this line. I'll draw a vertical line over here. Then finish off with this. So we have this one. Then from here, this short dashes, I'm going to place my T-square there. Then I'll project it to at this side, since it's the same that runs through. Next, I'm going to take in what I've done so far. We have this. We have this. Right, so this is what we have. Right. Now the distance from here to the top is 162. I'm going to measure 162 over here. Then I'll mark. So 16.2. Now mark. Now draw my horizontal line there. So that's where it's originally supposed to start. Right. Now the next one is 135 to this point. So I'm going to mark 135. I'll mark and I'll draw a line through that one too. Alright, if you take a close look at this point, realize the distance from here to here is 140, but then this short dashes here indicates this circle over here, and this circle has been given as M30, meaning a diameter of 30. You're going to measure 140 over here, then 15 on both sides. You have to get the short dashes. So let's see. I'm going to measure 140. Is over here. 140 is over here. Then 15 on both sides. So 15 here. Then 15 here. So that's what the short dashes are going to be. So we have 15 here. Then another 15 here. Now realize there are two. They are 1 millimeter apart. So I'm going to measure that one to apart and draw. So somewhere here and somewhere here. So another short dashes here. And another one too on top here. So we are done with the short dashes here. Now what's that? The slot over here. Now for the slot over here, we already have the distance here, so you need to just measure 80. We have 80 over here. Then we draw a vertical line through. Then a horizontal line. Then we have that one too. I think we should be done. So I'm taking this one. Then taking this one too. Taking this one too. I think so far you have drawn everything. Let's see. You have this. You have this. Yeah, I think so far you have drawn everything. Now let's move on to the next part by it. So I'm going to draw this one over here. I think there is, so you have to bring it down. But let's see how we go. So I'm going to project these lines to this side, and also project the top lines too. Project the top lines too. Then I'll project this one to here. Project this one to over here. Then finally I'll project this one to over here. I think this is better. Right, so let's start. Also project this down one to over here. So far projected all the lines. I think that's it. That's it. Now, that's a distance of 40 plus 40, that's 85. Plus 40, 45 plus 40, sorry. That's 85 plus another 45. From here to here. So 90 plus 40, that's 130. The total distance is 130. So you're going to begin by first drawing a vertical line over here. Right. Then measure out 130. 130 ends somewhere around here. Then draw another vertical line. Now from here we know the distance between is 50. So the midpoint will be half, right? But the whole distance is 130. So half of 130 will be 65. So let's measure 65 here. 65. So we know that one to be our center point. Then let's draw a vertical line through. Next, know the distance between to be 50, so 25 on each side. So 25 here, 25 here. Then you project that one too. Project that one to this point. Project this one to this point. Alright, let's take in what we have done so far. So we have this one over here, this one to over here. Then we have this one going through, this one going through, then this height, and this one. This is what we have so far. Now, the distance you are seeing here is the distance over here. This is the top view, this is the side view. So for the top view, how do you get the distance? You know here to be 25, so then definitely here also be 25. So that'll be 50. The whole distance is 130. So meaning this, from the distance from here to here will be 80. Yes, will be 80. So now you have the midpoint over here. You can measure 40, 40, and bring it down, and we have it here. Or we can also measure 40 from here and send it up. The same thing. So I'm going to measure 40 from here and send it up. So we have 40 over here, then 42 over here. And I'm going to send it up. how to extend it. Yes. So I'm closing over here. Alright, so we have this. Alright, now for this slot over here, this slot over here is this slot over here, right? And from this one, we know this side is going to fit into this one, and from here it has a dimension of 19, so meaning this side will also have a dimension of 19. So we already have this center line running through, so 9.5 on each side. So let's come to our work. We have this center line here. I'm going to measure 9.5 on each side. 9.5 here, then 9.5 over here. They are going to project it up. Now it goes up a distance of 28. So let's see. Yeah, we have 28. And it ends here. Let me take in this out. And this one too. And this one. So this is what we have so far. This is what we have so far. Alright, so I think what's left is this one. Now this is a projection from this line. So from here, I'm going to project this line. Project the line. Now, in order to get the center here, we need to measure 140. 140. So I'm going to measure 140 along the center, and that's 140. Now the broken line circles you see inside is just a reflection of this one. Now this one has a diameter of 30, meaning a radius of 15. So I'm going to measure 15. Then I'm going to stand here and draw the short dashes. You have the first one, then the second one too. You're going to measure 16. Then draw the second one too. Next we have these two circles here whose centers can be determined if you project it downwards. Now it's tangent to this line, and this line is what we have over here. These two circles, they are m10, meaning a diameter of 10, meaning a radius of 5. So let's project this downwards, tangent to this. Project this tangent to this. Right. I'm going to measure out 5 millimeters. I'm going to stand here and inscribe an arc. Then you now stand there and draw. You will come here with the 5, stand here, inscribe an arc. Then stand there and draw. Whoosh. And you have those two circles there as well. So what's left is the short dashes each side. We have short dashes here. And the circle. They also have short dashes also here. I think we are basically done with this part. Alright, so we move on to the next part. Alright, so let's move on to this part. But for this one, we didn't add the cutting planes C and B. So let's quickly do that one. So I'll start with this side first, then I'll move on to the other side. Now for this one, the cutting plane goes through the midpoint of this. And here we know the distance is 15. Right, so the midpoint is going to be 7.5. So I'm going to mark 7.5. Now introduce the cutting plane over there. So that will be CC. The ends are taken. So we have here to be C, and below here to be C. So that's it for this cutting plate. Now for the B, it passes through the midpoint of this, and this distance is 40, so divided by 2 will be 20. So I'm going to move. Yeah. So this is 40. Half of it will be 20. I'm going to mark 20 over here. Next, I'll draw the cutting plane through. So the ends are taken. We have this to be B. B and B. Right. So we are done with this previous one. So let's move on to this one. Now this one has a height of 130. So I'm going to begin my first drawing a vertical line. But let me first adjust this this way. So as we did for the first one too, for the previous one, I'll draw one side, then I'll move on to the other side because the diagram is quite big. Alright, I'm going to draw vertical line. Or I can choose to extend this line downwards, so I use it as a reference. So let's do that one instead. I'm going to project these lines down. So let's project that one down. Now project this one too down. Now project from here, the line from here, this line, I'll project it down. Then this whole too, I'll need to project it down. We are doing a projection so that it will be easier for us to get the various parts. Because this is the front view and the view you're about to draw is the plan or the top view. Yeah, I think that's it for this side. So now let's begin drawing. So we have this line here, 80, which we already have here, 80. I'm going to draw this. So that's the 80, and it goes down a distance of 25. So I'm going to measure out 25. So 25 is here. Then I'll draw a line through. That's the line through. Next, I mean, given that the whole thing is 135, and if here is 25, definitely here will also be 25. So the total will give us 50. So 130 minus 50, that will give us 80. So let's start from this, from here to here is 80. So let's measure that one too. So we have 82 here. And I'll draw a horizontal line through that one too. Next, I need to measure out 25 again. We have to extend this line. Alright, so I'm going to measure out the 25. That's a 25. Then I'll draw a line through that one too. Right, so we have these lines over here. I think this view is better. Yes. Adjust this one. Just put it over. Then extend. Yeah, this is better. We have all the lines in view. Okay. So now let's see what we have. We have this, which is this one and this one. So let me just take in what we have so far. So we have this line. We have this line. Then we have this one too. Then we have this one too. Then we also have this, but this one goes to the end. Then what else do we have? We have this one. Then we have this. We have this. Then this. Alright, so we have these here. These here. Now let's take a close look at something. This thick line over here is representing this side, right? And this side is the same as this side. Now for this side, the dimension was given to us from the previous one here as 19. This 19, so meaning this one is 19. Now if this side is 19, then it means definitely this side where the thick lines are is also 19. But then mind you, the 19 is at the midpoint, so half of this will be the whole distance here is 80, so half will be 40. So we are going to measure half 40, mark that place, then 19 divided by 2. That will give us 9.5 for both sides. So 9.5 up here, 9.5 down here. Then we have these short dashes and this thick line. So let's draw down. As you know this to be 80, I'm going to mark out 40. Once I mark out 40 here, then I can mark out 9.5 on both sides. So let's see. So you have 9.5 here and 9.52 over here. And I'm going to draw a line through, a continuous thin line, then through this one too. Now I'll draw another one through the center, but then it will be center lines, long short, long short, long short. So we have this short dashes. We have this short dashes over here, this short dashes over here. So let's do that one quickly. So you know these parts to be short dashes. This side too to be short dashes. Alright, so let's move on to the next short dashes over here. Now the next one is this one and this one, then this part. I know this part is the same as this part, so we already have the height over here. Now let's take a close look at something. From the previous one, this part you are seeing here is the same as this circle over here. Right. Now distance from this side to this side is 20, which is the same as from this side to this side. Or this full distance here, 80, because it's 20, 40, and definitely 20. The same as this 80 we have over here. So we're going to measure out 20 here. That'll give us the midpoint of this circle over here. So we're going to measure out 20 over here. So let's do that. I'm going to measure out 20. So that's my 20. Then I'll do the same thing too for the downside. 20. 20. Right. Now we know the midpoint of the midpoint of this circle, or of this rectangle over here. Now this rectangle over here is this m10 times 1.5, this one. So meaning the diameter is 10, so the radius is 5. So I'm going to measure out 5 from the center line, which is here. So 5 here and 5 also here. They do the same thing too for this one. 5 over here, then 5 over here too. So now we know this one and this one, but we know it's short dashes. So I'm going to do short dashes. So short dashes also here. Same thing, short dashes also here. Then short dashes too on the vertical. Right. Now we know the next set of short dashes coincide with this one, the top and the bottom. So I'm going to do it. So there are short dashes also here. Then you continue through. Then the top part to short dashes. Alright, so we are done with this part. Go to the thick lines over here, so I'll draw that one too. Then thick lines too over here. I think for this side we are done. So now moving on to the other side. When you are done, we'll introduce the cutting plane too. So let me shift the table. In the same way we did for the first part, we're going to project the lines downwards. So from here, I'm going to project this line down. Then you project this line to this line. Yes, I'm going to project it downwards. And finally, you project this line too, so down. Then come out. Alright, so you have that line too. Now I'm going to project this line to this side. So from here, we project it. Then same thing too. We project this line to the other side. Right. Now let's see what you have gotten so far. You have this one and this one, which is this one and this one. So I'm going to take in what we have so far. I think that's better. Again. Right, so we have this one now. So the short dashes we drew for these ones, you are going to extend it all the way through. So let me extend this one. Alright, so this is the point here right now. Now let's see. This one goes thick and comes here at short dashes. So meaning these two are supposed to be short dashes. So let's do that one short dashes. This one is already short. Right. So now we have this short dash and this one, and this one. So now what is left is, now it's left to this thick line over here. Now this thick line over here, from here, is this part you are going to see, this part, and the radius has been given to us as 22. We're going to measure 22 on both sides. Now we know from this, we know this point to be our center line throughout. So we're going to measure 22 from both sides. So this is where it ends. Right? So 22 from both sides. 22 here. 22 over here. Now you know that one is thick, so I'm going to draw that one as a thick line. I'll draw this one too as a thick line. Now let's see the next set of short dashes we have. The next set of short dashes we have is these ones. Now these ones, this one is this hole inside, which has a diameter of 30, meaning a radius of 15. So from the center line, I'm going to measure out 15 on both sides. So we have 15 here. Let me use this one. So you have 15 here, then 15 to over here, and they are short dashes. So short dashes here, then short dashes 2 over here. I realize there's another ring around this. That one is 1 millimeter. So you are going to measure 1 millimeter away from this side, 1 millimeter away from this side too. I'm going to draw the short dashes on that side. The same thing too over here. Right. Now what's left? So now we need to take in this part of our drawing. So let's take in that one. Now taking this part too. Right. I think we should be done. And this part too needs to be taken. This part to be taken. Right. Now let's introduce the cutting plane over here. Now it goes through this point, through this, and goes a distance, then goes up, then continues. So let's see. So it's going to go through the midpoint. It's going to go to the midpoint over here. So it starts from here. Long, short, long, short, long. then it goes a distance, so let's make it also go a distance. Then it goes up and joins the center line, so now it's going to go up to the center line, then it's going to go through to the end. So we have long, short, long, short, long, short. Goes to the end, and that's a and this side too. The ends are taken A. So that's it for the cutting plane. Now let's move on to the next one. So we are done with this. I hope we have cleared everything. Yeah, I think so. Now let's move on to the next one. Now we have already drawn this one over here, so we just need to draw this one too. So I'm going to project, let me see, I'm going to project these lines downwards because it's the same dimension as this one. Then I'll draw this one too at this side. I'm going to project this one downwards. So now let's begin. So this first line is going to come down. Oof. But let me first clean this lines we left here, so it doesn't interfere with the last one we are doing. So I'm going to bring all these lines down. So let's start. So this one is coming down. This part will also come down. This part will also come down. This part will also come down. We have to bring this one. This part will also have to come down. This part will come down. Now let's check the height. Now the height of the footing here, height of this footing corresponds with 180. Wow, let's see if we can get the 180 here. We'll have to come up. Okay, the 180 here is possible. So let's see. So let's start drawing. So I'm going to begin my first drawing. You know, there's this thick line over here, which will correspond from here coming down to this. I'm going to begin by first drawing that one. So this, the thick line, right? Then it comes down a distance of 180 from here. So I need to measure 180. So let's measure 180 from here. So 180, wow. 180 ends here. Now the 180 ends. I'm going to draw a vertical line, a horizontal line through, sorry. Then I'll bring the rest of the lines down to touch it. That one too. Alright. So since you're at the bottom here, let's start developing it from the bottom. We go to the top. Now the down part, you have this 10 distance. The 10 is from here. I'm going to measure out 10. That's 10. Now draw a vertical line through. Next out taking it. So we have this side doesn't look straight. Let's see. Okay, it's actually the same thing. Right, so there we know this part is going to the top. I'm going to draw that one. And this part is also going to the top. Alright. Next, this one goes up a distance of 60. So we are going to measure out that 60, then we draw that one too. So from here 60, right? From here 60. So 60 is around here. So I'll just draw it there. I extend it. It goes just to this point. Then I'll bring it down. we have this one. Oh, but it's not stick continuous. You may have to create a cavity. Now listen. From here, from this point, you're going to project it downwards. You should have done that. So listen. So projecting this down, projecting this one to down. Project this one to down. Project this one to down. So this is supposed to end here. And this also end here. Let me see. Let me check something different. The line doesn't look straight. It's actually straight. It's actually straight. Now this height is a distance of 28. So I'm going to measure 28. 28 over here. Then I'll draw and I'll bring it down. Right. Next is left with the two circles in here. Now we know distance from this point to the circle center is 130. So you can measure 130. Can measure out 130 here. So that's 130. You can draw a thin line through the 130. It's just going to aid us to get the midpoint of the circle over here. Next, you say the distance from this tip to the center is 45. So from here to here 45, which is this line. So I'm going to measure out 45. So 45 is over here. Now do the same thing to here, because they are on both sides. 45. Right. So that's where the circle is going to be, and it has a diameter of 5. So I'm going to pick 5. So that's 5. I'm going to stand here and draw. Right, so we have it now. What is left is for us to do the section, and we are done. So let's start. It was going this way, so let's just make it go that way too. We are using our 45 degrees square. Now let's go up. This one. Alright, so we have this to be this one. For this, we are done with this. We are done with this and this and this. So it's left with these two. So let's see how we go about it. Remember, I supposed to dimension. Because of time, I won't be able to dimension because it's going to lengthen the video. But then you will have to dimension it when you are done because it's a detailed drawing. Alright, so let's move on to the next part. Alright, so I'm moving on to this last one, then this. So we are going to draw this. We have already drawn this. I'm going to go a bit fast. So I'll begin my first drawing. A horizontal line. Okay. So now draw a vertical line. Now the height is 180 from here. I'm going to measure 180. 180 somewhere around here. That's 180. Now this one looks straight. Let's see. That's good. This line is not straight. So it's rather this way. Alright, so that's the line rather. I'm still going to measure the 180. That's it. Then we draw a line through. We draw a line through. Right, so as we did the same thing we did for the former, we start developing the top, then move to the down. Now the top has a radius of 50 here. So I'm going to pick 50. Have this to be 50. I'm going to stand here and inscribe an arc here and inscribe another arc here. Next I'm going to stand where it intersects the line any square back. Then stand at this point to any square back. Now where the two axes intersect, I'm going to stand there and draw. Right, so we have that one. Right. Now the full distance I'm going to us, meaning for distance from here to here is 68. Right, so let's measure 68. 68 is here. I'm going to draw a vertical line downwards. Right, now it's coming down a distance of from, let's see, a distance of 80. It's coming down a distance of 80 from the bottom, so you can measure 80 from here, from the downside 80, and we'll mark the mark. Then we'll draw a horizontal line through that one. Now the next one is this booking line. Since it's a section view, there are no booking lines in section views. Now this line is this line over here, right? And the distance is 60. I'm going to measure 60. 60 is also here. Then we'll draw a horizontal line through. But that one starts from here. From here, it starts, it goes straight. To go and go straight. Now we need to get the midpoint of this line, which will be the intersection here. Then measure out this distance. They measure out 19. Sorry, I measure out 10. 10 from here. So let's get the midpoint. So from here, I'm going to project it with the center line to this point. Now this point has a diameter of 5. Sorry, a diameter of 10, so mean a radius of 5. So I'm going to mark 5, 5, 5, 5, and it has a depth of 15. So I'm going to project this, then I'll measure out 15. That's 15. Now draw a vertical line through. Draw a vertical line through. So we are done with the first part. So I'm going to take in what we have done so far. So we have this one. We have this one. And also this one. Then we have this one. Then we have this. We have this. Then we have this. what again do you have? Then you have this line that runs through. We have this one too that also runs through. Let's draw this one first. Now, depending on where we terminated or we send this one up, that's where this one is going to be. Since we are not projecting, you can just pick any stars, remark it, then this one goes through. Alright, so let's move on. I think we are done with this part. Okay, this line is supposed to be thick, so let's clean it. So basically, we are done with this part. Now let's move on to the next side. Like this. Now, the distance from this point to this point is 280 plus 40, and that's 320. So I'm going to measure 320 from here. So I'll first have to measure up to 30 ends there. Then I'll add 2. So you have that one. So I'm going to project it down. So all these lines go through. Next, you measure out the 40 and you bring it down. So 40. You bring that one to down. Now this full distance here is 162. I'm going to measure 162 or 16.2. That's here, this point. And I'll draw a line through. So now we can clean these excess lines we got, because you wouldn't need them. Now, this booking lines is the one you have over here, and at a distance of 60 plus 28, that's 88. So I'm going to measure 88 out. Let's measure 88. So that's 88. Then I'll draw a line through that one too. So now that line becomes thick. So you're done with this. It's left with this one. Then we also finish with it. Now we need to get this midpoint. That was 140. Once you get that midpoint, then we'll measure this M30, 15 on both sides. Sorry, 15 on both sides. Then we have this. So you're going to measure out 140 over here. Let's try to show everything. So 140 is here. Then because this is M30, it measures 15 on both sides. So 15 here, 15 here. Then there's another 1 millimeter. So let's measure that one to 1 millimeter. 1 millimeter. I'm going to draw. So the first 15 is here. The second one is also here. The 1 millimeter is here. This is here 15, and that's the 1 millimeter too. I think we should be finished by now. So now let's take in what we have so far. So we have this line, then we have this line too, then we have this one that goes through, then we have this one, and this one, then this one, and that one. Let's come down. Next we have this one, then this one, then this one, then finally we have this one. Alright, so I think we have all the parts now. Alright, so we are going to section it quickly. This one meant to be on it. Then move on to this side. to this side. And this one goes in the opposite direction. This one too. Then you have this one to go in this direction. Right, so that's it. I think that's it. Yeah, that's it. Alright, so let's move on to the last part, and you'll be finished with the detail drawing. I'm going to shift this here. Alright, so it's left with this one, and we are done. As I'm going to project these lines, let's see. I'm going to project this line, also project this line, and we continue from there. So okay, this line has already been projected, but I'll just extend it. Okay, it's not straight. This better. Now project this line too. Then we start developing it. Okay, let's project this one to in addition, and also project this one to in addition. Yeah. Alright. Alright, so let's begin. This one has a height of 10 from here. So I'm going to draw. I'm first going to draw a vertical line. This one is too short. And that's what I'm going to start developing from. Next, I'll measure out the 10. And that's the 10. Now project that one too. Alright. We have this full length to be 45 plus this 4590 plus this 40, meaning 130. I have this to be 50, so meaning 40 here, 40 here. Same thing here. So I'm going to measure out 40. There are double lines here. Always try to avoid double lines as much as possible. I think this is better. Alright, so I'm going to measure 40 here, 40 there. Then I'll measure out the 50. Then this one is good. Okay. Then I'll measure out the last 40. And that's here. Right. We know this 50 is going to go up a distance of 60. So I can measure 60 here. I can measure 60 here, which is already this one. I'm going to project this to the top, so this to to this point, and this. This to that point also. Now let's draw the center line for this one too, and that will act as a reference. So half of 50 is 25. So I'll draw a thin line through this one too, and that will be my reference. Oh. And that will be my reference. Right. Next, you have to draw this one, which goes up a distance of 28. I'm going to measure 28. 28 is already this one. Yeah. Now, its width is gotten from this point, which is 19. So 9.5 on both sides. So let's see. This one here. This one here. Then you project it down. Project this one too down. Then we have this and this. Finally this. Alright. Next we need to locate this midpoint, which is a distance of 140. So this is our midpoint. We're going to measure 140. So that was 140. That's 140. Next, this outer circle has a radius of 22. So I'm going to measure 22. I'm going to stand here and draw. Realize it just touches the line we drew, the line we projected over here. So once I have that one, I'm going to draw a line through the center. Line through the center. Next, the inner one has a diameter of 30 from here, M30. So a radius of 15. I'm going to pick radius of 15. Radius of 15. I'm going to stand here and draw a circle. Alright, we know this distance to be 80 from here. So coming here, you're going to measure 40, 40. We have already done that, so let's do that quickly. So 40 here, 40 there. Then you're going to project it up. Up here, project this one too. Put this one to up here. Alright, so I think we should be done. I'm going to take in what we have done so far, so we see. So we have this line over here, this line over here. Then we have this and this. this and this. Then we have this. We also have this. Next we have this one, then this one, then this top part, this top part, this top part. Next you have this one and this one. And you have the circles in between. So I think we are done. So let's section it. Then let's come here. Alright, so we have this to be the section view. I think we have done everything. So this is section BB. This is section BB. This is section AA. Go to the center lines in here. So let's do that one too quickly. Long shot, long bend. We have those center lines too there. I think we are done. Alright, so we have come a very long journey with the detailed drawing of the bench part. Now let's identify the standard parts in them. Alright, so we have this to be a standard part. We're going to put SP around it. Then we have this to also be a standard part. We have this to also be a standard part. This has to be manufactured. Now let's come here. This has to be manufactured. You have this to be a standard part. These two need to be manufactured. Then this also has a standard part. These two need to be manufactured. So let's develop the standard parts table. Alright, so I'm going to draw too far. Draw this. Now draw this. And I'll use 10 for each. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, project this. Alright. Now let's see the number of standard parts. So we have one here, 2, 3, 4. So you have 4 standard parts. So we need 5 rows. 1, 2, 3, 4. The last one. 5 rows. Then this. Then this. Right, so the first heading for this is the part number, then part name, then number of or number required is the same thing. Now let's start. We identified this to be a standard part, but from this one, the part number has been coded this way, so you are going to go according to this code. So now for the screen set, the part number is BV5. That's what I've written here. So for the part number, write BV5. The name is screw insert. And for the number required, let's see, BV5 is 1. Quantity is 1. So 1. Next one is this one, the base pin. The code is BV10. So base pin. The number required, let's go back to our table here. BV10. Number required is 1. Now let's go to the next part. BV11. The name is the screw. And the number required, let's go back to the table. For BV11. For BV11, number required is 4. So you write 4. Then lastly, the handle pin. The code is BV12. And this handle pin BV12. Now let's check the number required. BV12, number required is 2. Number required is 2. Alright, so I think we are done. So what is left for you is to dimension them and to write the part names against them. Then do the standard parts table. Thank you very much. I'll see you in our next tutorial. God bless you.